Right, Mrs. L, where are we starting today?
If we could start with the Damian Brown case.
Damian Brown. Is that Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
Language line. There we're helpful. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00583. That is Damian Brown, people of the state of Michigan versus Damian Brown. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Izell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Harris.
Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Damian Brown. He's standing to my right, Your Honor.
Sir, you are Damian Brown, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a jury trial today. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, a plea offer has been extended to the defendant through defense counsel. That offer would be to plead to one count of dog at large with a promise to pay restitution for the destruction of property. And I'm not sure if these are on separate tickets, so if they are, please let me know and we can work that.
I think it's all on one information.
Okay.
So is the dog at large would be count 3? So the plea to count 3?
Yes. And then it would be a dismissal of the remainder.
Counts 1 and 2 will be dismissed on plea and sentence. And restitution. Now, is that to be determined by do you have a number for restitution?
No, we would ask that to be determined by probation services, please.
Yes, Your Honor. And I spoke with my client twice, once when that offer was extended, and once again to confirm late last week on either, I believe Thursday. And my client indicated both times he was willing to accept that offer, and we would be asking the court to leave restitution to be determined at sentencing as indicated by the prosecutor.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Harris, may I inquire of your client on the count 3 dog at large ticket?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or count. All right. All right. So, Mr. Brown, you understand the following jury trial rights. I'll read you through those rights as to count 3. Okay, sir. The misdemeanor, it's a misdemeanor, 90 days under $500. And you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Now the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. To have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by attorney James Harris, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any other promises that we haven't stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty to the count 3 misdemeanor dog at large. Is it still your wish to plead guilty to the misdemeanor count 3 dog at large?
I don't really know what dog at large.
The dog was not under control and was loose. So did you still want to plead guilty to the count 3?
I was right there with the dog.
I can have a moment. Your
You
Honor.
may. So I have the count 2 also. That was a part of the May 6th.
Yes.
Count two is Nolly. Okay.
Yes, because that was the unlicensed dog, correct? He did show a licensed dog.
I was on time.
To determine if those funds are they just need to determine if that we are now ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brown, are you still willing to plead guilty to the dog at large case?
Man. I mean, Your Honor, I was outside with my dog in my yard. My dog wasn't that large.
So that's a yes or no question, sir. If you're not willing to plead the dog at large case, we can reset it for jury trial.
I don't want to waste time. I just figured. I don't want to waste time. But I was outside in the yard with my dog. He told me that I could plead and I had to pay. He ain't telling me nothing about no jail or probation.
Mr. Brown, like I advised you, it's unlikely that this would involve a term of probation. It's unlikely this would involve a term of jail. For their possible penalties under the law, however, it's unlikely they would be enforced or added here, given my experience on other cases like this.
So, Mr. Brown, the ultimate penalty is 90 days and a fine of $500. It is being referred to probation. It's unlikely that probation's unlikely there'll be any jail time in this, but they have to determine restitution. It's completely up to you. You'll have to make a factual basis for the dog at large case. What's that? All right, so my understanding, so let's raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. Let's bring your attention back to September 8th, 2024 at the offense location of September 8th, at the offense location of 1406 Lyons Avenue in the city of Lansing. Were you the owner of a certain dog, a pit bull by the name of Mackie D?
Somebody else was the owner. They left the dog at my house.
Right. Were you in control of the dog? Okay. And was that dog loose? Was it not on leash?
No, it wasn't on me.
All right. And you knew at the time it was not on a leash and it was running loose.
I came outside with the dog. So yeah.
So you were outside with the dog and the dog was not leashed.
Right.
Anything towards a factual basis, Mrs. L?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Sir, you were in control of the dog. The dog belonged to somebody else, but you were in control of the dog.
Right.
All right. So I will find that the factual basis is knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and we will refer to probation really for to determine restitution on the matter. Right, so, Mr. Brown, if you go down one floor all the way to your right to the probation department, they'll set up an appointment for you to meet with you, or they'll see you now. I'm not sure what their schedule is, and they'll prepare a report. Part of the report's gonna be restitution, all right, sir? All right.
Thanks.
Anything else for the record in 25-00583, Mrs.
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brown, we'll see you. Oh, we should get a sentencing date.
Yeah, I see the date on the notice my client was provided, Your Honor, was 7/22/25 at 1:30.
That sounds right. 7/22 at 1:30. All right. So we'll set it for July 22nd at 1:30. We'll see what the restitution comes back. Okay, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Mrs. L, where are we going next?
If we could go to the Cameo Demore case.
Cameo Demore. All right. So we're on the record in 25-00055. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Cameo Demore. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Demore, who he is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Cameo Demore, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is time set for a state of Michigan final pretrial. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, the people's necessary witnesses have failed to appear. They were subpoenaed for today's date, and we have had prior successful contact with them. However, we have gotten no response as to why they were not able to come today. At this time, we do expect a motion from the defense.
And they were subpoenaed, but we don't, and you've had some contact, good contact.
Correct, Your Honor.
Your Honor, given the failure to appear by the people's necessary witnesses, we would be requesting a dismissal of the case at this time, Your Honor.
Right. And you haven't heard any reason as to why they're not here.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right, I'm in possession of the order of dismissal or nollie cross on 25-00055. That was made by the defense counsel for the failure to appear the witnesses. I will grant this motion without prejudice, which means Mr. Demore, the people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically today the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. I will sign it. Anything else for the record in 25-00055, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. DeBoer, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Next, Mrs. Zell.
We could do the Miana Johnson case. Also, Your Honor, it does appear that Austin Henderson has failed to appear today. However, he is a pro-per defendant, so I'm not sure how you would like to proceed.
Let's call him at the end.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-011101194. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Miana Johnson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Miana Johnson, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Miana Johnson, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in this matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, the people's necessary witnesses have failed to appear. They were subpoenaed for today's date, and we have had prior contact with them about today's date. However, they have not provided a reason that they were not able to appear today. At this time, we do expect a motion from the defense.
That is correct, Your Honor. Given the failure to appear of the necessary witnesses on this case, we would be requesting that the court dismiss these charges at this time, Your Honor.
Right, I'm in possession of a nollie pros on 25-01194. This is a motion for the defendant for the failure to dismiss without prejudice for the complaining victims failed to appear and the people cannot proceed or go forward. The complaining victim was subpoenaed and has not shown today. There has been some contact with the complaining victim, but there's no explanation as to why they failed to appear. So at this time, I will grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice. All right, so Ms. Johnson, this case is dismissed without prejudice, which means the people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically today the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am? I will sign the order of dismissal accordingly. Anything else for the record in docket 25-01194, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Johnson, you should be all set. I would wait about, there's a no out-of-state travel and I would wait about 3 or 4 hours to make sure the pretrial conditions are all purged from the computer system. All right, ma'am? You should be all set.
Copy that, please.
Next, Mrs. L. I also have a few on Zoom.
I think we can go on the Bearwa.
Right.
I believe this is a Mukibi Bearwa, Your Honor. I also have another client, Ibrahim Kumbukwa.
Okay. So this is Muhyiddin Mburwa.
Yes, and we do have Mr. Makoma here as an interpreter.
All right. All right, so to the translator, I'm going to have you state your first name and last name for the record.
My name is Abdallah Mukoma, first name Abdalla, last name Mukoma.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court, not divulge confidential communications, so help you God under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, just let me know if I get going a little fast. We are on the record in 25-01216.
Tuko kwa rekodi kwamba ni 25-01-26.
Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Wenye walikuja waongee kwamba ni majina yao. Mrs. ndiye anatakikana aanze.
Gabrielle Ezel, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Gabriel Ezel na yeye anasimamia wenye watu waliumizwa.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here for Mr. Mberwa.
Na mimi naitwa James Harris kwamba ninamsimamia Mr. Mbero.
This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter.
Sema kwamba ni leo ni siku ya mwisho tumesimamia kwamba ni kuangalia hizi habari.
Mrs. L, how we proceed?
Sasa tutafanya nini?
Your Honor, at this time, the necessary witnesses for the people have failed to appear.
Yaani kwamba ni wenye waliumizwa walishindwa kufika hapa leo.
A subpoena was sent to the necessary witness. However, we have not had any good contact with them.
Tulituma habari kwa mwenye aliumizwa kwamba ni afike hapa kwa ile ndevu ya leo na hatujapata jibu yoyote kutoka kwake.
Given the failure to appear of the necessary witnesses, Your Honor, we would be requesting a dismissal of this case.
Sema kwa vile walitumia habari na wao wakakosa kukuja kwamba ni tunahitaji hizi habari ziishie hapa leo.
All right, I am in possession of the order of dismissal on 25-01216.
Sema niko kwamba ni kwa hizo habari kwamba ni naulizwa kwamba ziachwe leo.
The people were unable to proceed today.
Kwamba wenye waliumizwa hawezi endelea na mbele.
The complaining victim was subpoenaed.
Kwamba ni mwenye aliumizwa alitumia habari ya kuje.
There's been no contact with the complaining victim.
Yaani kwamba ni hajapiga simu ama hajaongea na wale watu wanataka wamsaidie.
Based on defendant's motion to dismiss, I'll dismiss without prejudice.
Kwamba ni kwa vile umesemekana namna hiyo nitaiacha, lakini nitaiacha na jukumu.
Which means that the people may reissue it sometime future if they choose to.
Kwamba ni wenye waliumizwa wanaweza panga kwamba wanasema tunarudia hapa tena tuendelee.
but for our cases, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed.
Yaani kwa leo, lakini kesi imeishia hapo.
Anything else for the record in docket 25012116?
Na nini nyingine kwamba
Mrs.
yani mnataka muongeze, msijali ndio anaulizwa.
Not for the people.
Yaani watu waliumizwa, wamesema hakuna kitu chochote cha kuongezea.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris, na wewe.
Not from the defense, I would simply request a copy be provided to my client.
Anasema kwamba hakuna kitu chochote cha kuongezea, lakini munipe karatasi kuonyesha kwa mtu wangu kwamba ni habari zimeisha.
My staff will provide a copy of the nollie pros.
Na mimi pia mwenyewe nitawapa hiyo karatasi kuonyesha.
You should keep it with you, sir.
Utachunga hiyo karatasi na wewe mwenyewe.
There's a not a state travel and no contact order with the victim in the matter.
Anasema kwamba ni hakuna kuondoka hapa kwa kuende sehemu yoyote kwa sababu ya hizi habari.
And that'll take about 3 or 4 hours to purge from the computer system.
Kwa masaa 3 au masaa 4 kwamba ni kwa kutoa hizo habari kwa system.
Does Mr. Mburwa, through the translator or through his counsel, have any questions?
Anasema kwamba ni kuhusiana Mr. Mbera, kuna swali yoyote kuhusiana na wewe mkalimaji wako?
Hakuna swali yoyote.
No question.
All right. That's okay. So my staff will provide you a copy. You should keep it with you just in
Anasema
case.
mimi mwenyewe nitakupa hiyo karatasi kwamba ni chunga wewe mwenyewe kwa mkono wako.
And that's all for the record in 25012116.
Na hiyo tumemalizia hapa kwa hizo habari, kwa hiyo rekodi yako.
Sawa.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your assistance, sir.
Thank you. Anna.
Understanding if the prosecutor needs a brief moment, Your Honor, then I believe we should be ready to go on Mr. Elijah Williams.
All right.
Your Honor.
You can. Thank you.
Oh, I'll-
So we have the translator, right? That's what I thought, as far as we know. But I let him leave and then he's got 2 more to All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01597. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Elijah Williams. Mr. Williams, you can unmute. All right. Appearances for the record, Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ezell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Williams. He is appearing via Zoom. I do note that the notice the court originally provided said appear in person. However, my client called me yesterday afternoon indicating that he had spent pretty much almost the entire long weekend, if not more, trying to find a ride out here from Parma and did not have the money for an Uber, as he only gets paid as the money he got last on his last paycheck. A good portion of it went towards getting out to get the tether set up, as the court might recall, and he gets paid at the end of the day today, his next paycheck. Currently, I advised him that if he cannot get here in person, at the absolute least, appearing via Zoom would be better than not appearing at all, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, you are Elijah Williams, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, at this time, the people's necessary witnesses have failed to appear. They were subpoenaed for today's date, and I believe we have left a voicemail, but have not had successful contact with the victim in this case. At this time, we do expect a motion from the defense.
Yes, Your Honor, given the failure to appear of the necessary witnesses and Mr. Williams appearing here at least via Zoom, even if he could not be here in person, we would be requesting a dismissal of this case.
All right. And, so I will have the nollie pros printed at the motion from the defense. And then Mr. Harris, Mr. Williams was in contact with you and indicating why he was not present in person.
Yes, Your Honor. Additionally, regarding this, my client, as I mentioned, does have a tether on. I would simply request that the court could send an email to JSG advising that he can have that removed now that the case is dismissed.
All right, so I'm in possession of the dismissal without prejudice made on the defense motion on behalf of Mr. Williams in 24-01597. It would appear that people are unable to proceed. The complaining victim has failed to appear, although subpoenaed, and we will dismiss without prejudice. So, Mr. Williams, this means this case is dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to after talking to the complaining victim. But the case is dismissed for today's purposes. You were on GPS with a no contact order. We will email the private agency. It's usually taken off at the Hingham County Jail. So you'll have to arrange something in order to take out that GPS. The other thing is that you're not here in person, so I can't give you the order of dismissal. You should wait 4 or 5 hours for all this to be purged from the computer system. Is that correct? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because there's several conditions that go, and it'll take about 4 or 5 hours, I would assume, for the order for the computer system to purge this from their systems. I would normally give you a copy of the order of dismissal. It'll be sent to the Parma address. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record? I'm going to sign the order of dismissal. Anything else for the record in docket 24-01597, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Williams, we will contact the private agency, and you're going to have to arrange to have that GPS removed by them, and that'll probably be at the Hingham County Jail where it was put on. Okay. Do you have any questions of me, Mr. Williams?
No, sir.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yep.
Why you guys have public defender's office. Unless they get processed.
Mr.
Substitution.
Yeah, I have yours. I have an appearance for you. Yeah.
Okay, does it show my name?
It shows your name on my system, but not in the court system.
We've lost all our public defenders. We have Mr. Carter, who may or may not be here. And then we have Mr. Samoris.
Okay. We also have Alexis Evans, who is pro per for hers.
Did you want to go Miss Evans or
I
do
think
you?
we could.
All right. And then
Mr.
Mr. Carter's or,
Yes.
She's on.
all right. So the plan is to go on Miss Evans, Mr. Carter's client, Miss Hawkins, and then Mr. Bell. All right. All right. So Miss Evans, you can unmute. And we're on the record in dockets 25-00982 and 25-00983. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Alexis Evans. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ezell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
And ma'am, you are Alexis Evans, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Miss Evans?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a pretrial on 2 files. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at the last pretrial, we talked about Ms. Evans being able to get some licenses for her 2 dogs. If she was able to do so, we would be dismissing the case today. At this time, nothing has been sent to me. However, I would like to give Ms. Evans the opportunity if she has this license.
Ms. Evans, were you able to send any of the compliance measures to Mrs. L?
No, I have not been able to, and I do apologize. Last week, my van had broke down. In fact, I'm actually waiting for the tow truck to pull up behind me here shortly to get the vehicle in. I was hoping that I could get a 1-week extension so that I could get the van back on the road tonight, in theory, and get back to work. I should be able to purchase one of the licenses in the end of the evening once I have a ride here to get me there, but it wouldn't be both of them.
Did you want to just set this for final pretrial and?
I think that would be best, but could we set it 2 weeks out to give her a little more time?
Yeah. So we'll set for final pretrial on both.
And then
We'll
again,
set for-
I can still send
So-
it to your email.
Yeah, you can send it to Mrs. L, email address. we'll set this for final pretrial, and that'll give you a couple more weeks to get for time. We'll set for final pretrial. I don't know when the final.
June 10th at 8:30.
June 10th at 8:30 for final pretrial. And then any compliance measures you have in your possession by that date, you should make sure that Mrs. L from the prosecutor's office has that. All right, Miss Evans?
I do have a question. Would you like me to go ahead and send over the rabies certificates?
That would probably be a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, you can send those if able to.
Yes, I have those. I have those with me right
All
now.
right. All right. So you can send those to Mrs. L, and then we'll see you by Zoom. I think Zoom's appropriate there. So we'll see you via Zoom. Or you can come up in person, it doesn't matter. If you have the paperwork, but we'll see you on that June 10th date, okay?
Thank you so much. You have a great day.
All right. You too, thank you. And Mr. Carter, did you want to go on, or did you want to meet with your client? I don't know if you had or.
No, I tried several.
Okay. So Ms. Hawkins, Mr. Carter's going to join us and then meet with you in a breakout room.
Okay.
All right. All right. So when you join, you want to join on your phone or?
Yeah, what is your Zoom number?
That's a great question.
318 569
569
6632.
663. All right, I will go out in the hall.
Well, let's see if I haven't had a chance to look at it, so I don't really have no there.
And Mrs. L, did you want to call Mr. Samor's Mr. Bell?
Sure, we can do that.
No. No. That comes with a ticket. Okay. All right, Mr. Samor's, we're ready to call Mr. Bell. We're on the record in docket 25-01176 and the accompanying ticket of 25L29-41272. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Darren Bell. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Mrs. L?
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Samor's.
Thank you, Your Honor. Peter Samora is here on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Darren Bell, who is also present via Zoom video conferencing.
And sir, you are Darren Bell, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. L, this is time set for a pretrial in the matter. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'm
Would
going
you like to defer
to Mr. S'mores.
Mr. Samor's.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this case was identified as a state case on the website, and I filed my appearance as a state case. In fact, it still says SD as the code classification. I'm not sure if Ms. Zell is with the city attorney's office or with the Ingham County prosecutor's office, but I've since submitted another appearance. I know I served it for sure to the city attorney's office and to Ms. Underwood specifically, as well as their general discovery email. So I'm not, I guess at this point, I am ready to proceed with a pretrial and certainly able to negotiate with, or, discuss this matter with whichever attorney I need to discuss it with. I'm just trying to,
Right.
I guess that's where we're at, Your Honor.
You're right. We're trying to figure out what venue. I know Ms. Zell is with the state prosecutor's office.
That's what
I
thought.
have an SD filed, but then I have Mr. Venker filed on the ticket, who's a city attorney. I think this is a city case.
I don't have anything related to it. What I have is the 25-01175 was marked as a ticket case for us. But similar to the dog at large tickets, we don't get those until about a week later.
No, there's the tickets written under the city, And but it's listed as a state case. I think it was set on the wrong date.
I think it's entered incorrectly.
May have been entered incorrectly.
Maybe.
And-
Let's find the right venue, Mr. Samoris.
Very well. And just to quickly note, Your Honor, that I did receive the discovery from the city attorney's office, if that
Okay,
provides any more illumination.
We'll send it back to criminal for clarification.
all right. So I think if you received your discovery from the city office, I think it should be a city case. That's my guess. And let's reset on the city docket. And then we'll make sure that the docket carries the right, because right now it's got a state number, as you indicated, and that's not correct. So let's put it on our city docket. But I want to make sure that your schedule is okay with wherever we put it. So let's give you some dates. And we're probably looking 2 to 3 weeks out. Does
Okay.
I would think so. The city, so the paperwork all catches up and we're in the right venue and.
Understood.
June 16th at 9.
How does June 16th at 9 work?
That should be fine, Your Honor. I do have a pretrial that morning in Mason. Are they? But it's by Zoom. I can certainly make it happen, Your Honor. The first pretrial is
All
by
right. Yeah, I think that's fine via Zoom. And then you can let us know if that works or not. But it would be via Zoom, just like this one.
Very well. And that's Monday,
All
June
right.
16th at 9 a.m. And that's fine. I do have to be in person in Mason that day, but this is not the first time I've had to sort of tap dance around a scheduling conflict or semi-scheduling conflict. So,
Well, so I'll set it for June 16th at 9, and then let us know if it doesn't work out, you can talk to the city attorney and we can reschedule. But that's the date for right now, June 16th at 9, and Zoom's fine.
understood. And certainly if I always try to make a habit of trying to talk to the prosecuting official, be it city attorney or state attorney, before the actual pretrial. So if we have a resolution, I'll definitely, call the court and get a plea date if things unfold that way.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, so Mr. Bell, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Samoris. We'll see you on June 16th at 9 a.m. via Zoom. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Your
Anything
Honor.
else for the record in 25-0-1176, the record for now? I don't know if that's going to stay the same case, Mrs. L.
Not for the people.
Mr. Samoris.
No, Your Honor. But other than to reflect that I will represent Mr. Bell, and if there's any other accompanying civil infractions, I'm definitely representing
All right.
Mr. Bell in that as well.
All right. I have another one, civil infraction. That's really to tell because the civil infraction is written under the city code. So for whatever reason, there was a mix up. All right, Mr. Bell, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. S'mores. Good looking to figure out.
No matter what, let the fountain throw.
I should say. All right, Ms. Hawkins, you can unmute. We'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 24-03081. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Tashana Hawkins. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Izzo, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Carter.
May it please the court, David B. Carter Jr. on behalf of Ms. Hawkins, who is appearing by the Zoom app, and I will waive her personal appearance.
And ma'am, you are Tashana Hawkins, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Hawkins?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we're going to be setting this for a final pretrial.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Carter?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set for final pretrial on
June 10th at 8:30.
June 10th at 8:30. So Ms. Hawkins, that's been set for June 10th at 8:30. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing.
Okay.
Anything?
I'm out of town that.
Oh, that I didn't check. That's right. So let's get another date. That June 10th date won't work.
June 17th at 8:30.
Well, June 17th.
Yes.
So let's do June 17th at 8:30.
Ms. Hawkins, your personal appearance would be required at this hearing.
Okay.
All right, and you should get notification at that Kenwick Circle address. Is that still a good address for you, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
All right, so we'll set it for June 17th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in docket 24-03081, Ms. Azell?
Not for the people.
Mr. Carter?
Your Honor, I want to make sure you have her correct address because I had a different address.
I have the Kenwick Circle.
That is the correct
Okay.
address. Thank you.
That was updated at the arraignment.
All right, thank you.
So, all right. All right. Anything else, Mr. Carter?
No.
Okay, we should be all set. Ms. Hawkins, we'll see you on that June 17th date. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Then we have. Right, sir. Yep. Have a good day.
See, Cornish had a big win. I don't know the facts of the case. Was it good facts for him?
Yes and no. Yeah. Let's talk about it. Sometimes. Two or three. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Ooh. Yeah.
Joe, go. Sure, man. It's gonna be 7, we're almost an hour now. What else? No.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Sir, your Transario Flowers.
Yes.
All right, we'll be with you in just a second, so stand by.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Flowers, we'll call your case. So we're all right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01441. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Transario Flowers. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ezel, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Ned.
George Nan, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Flowers, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Transario Flowers, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Flowers?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how we proceeding Or would you like to defer to Mr. Annette?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we'll be leaving this up for a final pretrial.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Annette?
Yes, Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Flowers early last week. We discussed the case and some other matters. We do intend to leave this up for final pretrial at this time.
All right. So we'll set for final pretrial on
June 10th at 8:30.
June 10th at 8:30. All right, Mr. Flowers, we've set it for June 10th at 8:30. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor City Hall of Lansing. You may be writ over for that, or you should appear in person. All right, sir?
Okay.
Anything else for the record in 2501441, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Annette?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Flowers, you're all set. We'll see you on that June 10th date.
Okay.
Oh, wait, your notice.
Oh,
Or your,
what was my first time?
yeah, you're good. And your last.
Yes, thank you.
How did you want to proceed, Mrs. L? But you can take a break.
Sure.
Mr. Harris is here on Mr. Bryant, I think.
You can do Mr. Barn if you want, Mr.
Mr. Barton?
Is Mr. Bryant here?
Barn.
No, I know.
Oh, sorry.
'Cause
Yeah,
you
he's on
mentioned-
Zoom.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you.
And I know he's met with Mr. Harris.
Good to know, good to know.
Is this Barton?
It is, yes. And just so you know, for the contempt hearing, I'm gonna have to ask for an adjournment. The officers are subpoenaed for a jury trial.
Perfect. Plus, there's 2 or 3 others. That you probably don't know about.
Okay. That's not, okay, not what I want to hear, but. That's okay.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 25-00684. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Tyler Barton. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ezel, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Net.
Thank you, Honor. George Annett, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Tyler Barton, for purposes of pretrial today.
And sir, you are Tyler Lee Barton, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. I have it set for pretrial and a contempt hearing. Mrs. L, how we proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, we would have to at least ask for an adjournment in that contempt hearing. The necessary officers are sitting on a jury trial today in circuit court and are unable to attend today. As for the pretrial, I would have to defer to Mr. Annette on that.
All right, let's take the pretrial first, Mr. Annette.
Final pretrial, Your Honor.
Okay, this was set for final pretrial today. No, I just have it
No,
on
it's a
just pretrial.
So, oh, sorry. I should have made more clear. We are leaving this set for a final pretrial.
Okay, so, oh, all right.
I apologize.
I get it. I
Trying
get
to be
it.
short, but this is not working.
All right, we'll set for final pretrial for,
Are we saying the 53?
I don't know. Did you want the 53 set with the final pretrial?
I think that would be okay.
Your Honor, just in full faith, I ran him last week, I believe, maybe. He has 2 or 3 other PA 53s, I believe. I'm not sure if.
There's March 4th, March 14th, and May 13th.
Okay.
PA 53 violations. Have those been set yet?
They were set today.
Um,
They were all.
Oh, they
set
were all
today.
set for today. All right.
Can we ask the ones where the officers were not, the ones that where the officers are on trial to be adjourned, but the ones where they're not to be dismissed? If there are other officers. I don't have any information about the PA 53, so I don't know what's what and who is supposed to be here. And I don't think the prosecutor probably didn't know either.
I think those are in a different, I think those are in a judge. I think Judge Ward has a domestic. I think that's in her domestic violence court. Take notice, defendant is or recently was on bond for an assault and battery against the same victim in 24-03578 in Judge Ward's court, 54A District Court. We have anything else? Let's see how many files are out there.
That's true.
I'm guessing because Judge Ward may have arraigned him, there's some confusion, but
Maybe.
I don't show him in DV court at all.
All right, so these are all new allegations concerning March 4th, March 14th, and May 13th.
Yes.
He did have a case in Ward, I think, Your Honor, that was dismissed sometime.
February.
February. All right, well, let's set the final pretrial and we'll set all the PA 53 violations for the same time. There is a GPS tether ordered concerning the victim, in this case, Kelly Fitzgerald, and a no contact order. Those will stay in effect. I have bonds set by Judge Simmons at 1,000 cash surety. And that the defendant was in a mental health facility. Does that sound correct?
Let him down after 7 days, is all he knows.
They let him out after 7 days.
Yeah. Date of June 30th.
So June 10th at 8:30 for both the final pretrial and the hearing. And we'll set all the PA 53 violations for that date. That's June 10th at 8:30. Mr. Barton, you understand, you've got a no contact order with Miss Fitzgerald.
Yes,
So
sir.
any contact is going to end up in another PA 53 violation.
Yes, sir.
You picked one up in May, or that's the allegation, after you were let out. So just for your own protection, you understand the nature of this,
Yeah.
right? If law enforcement sees you in the realm of Miss Fitzgerald, you're going to get picked up on a PA 53 violation.
Okay.
And that you're already in that cycle, and you have a bench. You have a fail to appear on March 18th on the assault and battery file, and I don't know what that's about. I've reset it for June 10th at 8:30 on everything. Okay, so it's a final pretrial and the no contact violations. Some of it was set for because the officers were resubpoenaed. Others, not every officer was subpoenaed, so we'll get them all here if they choose to. If they don't, then we can't. Then there's going to be a problem with the allegation.
And one more thing, Your Honor, just to be, just so the court is aware, he was released, went to the hospital, got MRI. They cut off his tether. Once he left the hospital, he went to the police station, and they told him get in contact with the tethering company, but they were closed for the holidays. So I just wanted the court to be aware he does not have a tether currently.
You should have a tether from a condition of arraignment, and I would agree with that. That should be so. Yeah, so you should go to the Ingham County Jail. That's where they'll put on a new tether. Okay.
Is there any way I can get transportation to there?
Not other than public transportation, I can't think of any. Okay. But we're going to email that a new tether should be placed on with the same conditions as the conditions at arraignment. Your indication is that at the mental health facility they removed the tether.
Yeah.
Is that
The MRI.
MRI. Yeah, he did MRI and then they cut it off. Yes, Your Honor, he will go. When is his deadline?
probably? I'd probably. I don't know if you can make it today, so we'd make it 48 hours.
Okay.
So 48 hours from today's date, from today, so that would be Thursday. Your deadline is Thursday at 5. If you're not, then you'll be in violation of your pretrial order, and then they're going to pick you up. Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right. So. Do you have the original GPS that was taken?
They actually had it at the hospital and the company actually was coming to pick it up.
Okay. I was just wondering if, all right, you're going to have a new one assigned with the same conditions as the pretrial. And then we've set it off for June 10th. You should get notice from my court officer. All right.
Okay.
Anything else for the record in 25-00684 or the accompanying PA 53 violation, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Annette.
Yeah.
All right, you're all set, so thank you.
Make sure you show up at 9.
Your phone number still good? My phone's actually broke.
Okay, that's right.
I had to get both of them. Let me check.
I can take a break.
Sure.
Yep. Let's take a 10-minute break and then
All
we'll
rise.
run the rest. Judge Buchanan, do you want to come?
Be seated.
Let me give you my number. So is there a private area? Yeah, we'll keep working on it. Just call me, it's next time you're available.
Right.
The board, that's it.
Right, okay, so you want to set it for the jury trial date? I should try that.
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying.
Okay. Would you still be okay asking for the no contact?
Yeah. Oh, she'll be good.
Yeah, that is. That's honestly as bad as I could get. So Olivia has decided she wants to take this to jury trial. She doesn't want to take the plea offer. I have also offered a disorderly person charge instead of the assault and battery charge. That would just drop it down to a 90-day instead of a 93-day, and then it just keeps an assaultive off of the record. So it's a little bit of a deal, but it's not much of one, but she has rejected that as well. So unfortunately, we're gonna set it for a jury trial today. I've already spoken to the defense counsel. We're hopeful that we can still get her to plea on the day of. But with that being said, it's unlikely that the judge is gonna let her know contact order if she decides she wants to.
Yelling at her, screaming at her.
We can do that.
I'll sit down on her about it too.
After she can remember it when she decided that she could. Yeah, so then she decided she could remember it, but she still was
I was under the pressure.
So I'm unsure why she's thinking that. We're hopeful that maybe we can.
Or is it?
I would be talking to her after. We're hopeful that we can. resolve it. I believe this would probably be set for a jury trial sometime in June or beginning of July. Like end of June, beginning of July. So that's what you're gonna hear us do today. I don't think the judge would allow for the no contact order to be lifted today. I'll let her know that's her request. I don't think I'm gonna be able to join you on the request simply because if we have to go to a jury trial, it's not gonna look very good if you're talking to her now. What I would recommend leaving the no contact order in place for the next few weeks while we wait to see what she's gonna do here with this. I know that's harder, and I know that's not the goal here.
Whatever's gonna get her to help is what I'm going to do.
Okay. I will say if we end up going to jury trial on this, we have a very good likelihood of success at jury trial. But afterwards, that sentencing, I would still be asking for what you and I have talked about. Help, counseling, anything we can do, any intervention or something that we can do. So that would be my goal in the long term. We just have to find a way to settle it first, so.
What is the felony that's coming?
The felony, I want to say is a possession charge for, huge drugs. I think so. And she was offered a plea deal on her, as well, but she accepted that one, from my understanding.
Yeah. I think that you're gracious. Anytime I had ever talked to her, thank her. She's lost.
The bag of chips. And
That's
he's like,
sad.
no, I didn't
That's-
know. It was for children. And I'm pretty sure I put everything.
And
in
her
separate
dad,
bowls.
my
I
son,
wouldn't turn it into
committed
bridges.
suicide.
It's back in my room, trying.
So. It's been hard to do something. When I go out, I've done it.
We're gonna help you get there. We really will. We're gonna do our best. Her attorney is very good. I will go back to my office today too and see what we
If you go to
get
trial,
worked out.
I thought it's
Our
a
goal
pretty
is
good
that
chance.
it's
That's why I think.
Yeah, I just for the state. United States.
Doesn't put a misdemeanor on your record.
I learned very hard way. So when I had talked to her.
Here's the one thing, I'm aware of the record.
She made the children were.
Okay, I mean, I guess I'll just sit there and just try my liberty. I'm not really sure what arguments or things I can do regarding liberty.
Yeah, that's the goal. We're not seeking jail here, but we're seeking help. Well, even if that help comes from it.
Yeah.
So, part of me is kind of
Just what's down in Robin Yard.
I'm not running.
Last time she was here, the day she got out, she.
He's been
running on the street tired and tight.
However long.
That's something that if you don't
Separate
mind
case
saying at sentencing. could be
over
helpful.
there.
I don't have a problem.
Yeah, we'll work on that then. I'll let you know. She should be brought up when we get the judge back. If you want to take a break, there's restrooms downstairs, vending machines downstairs. You're welcome to stay in here. I just wanted to make sure you're there.
So just.
Perfect. That's good. All right. The rest are failures to appear and Leah Mervine. Yeah. You're done for the day, right, George?
I'm up here for Mercury,
Okay.
because I'll be handling, if it goes through, you know, be different, but this doesn't take the shoes.
They said that she had 4 days before she PR'd out of the misdemeanor. Apparently. That's, and then I was told it would be really complicated to see what days would count towards this case. But I guess we could do it. I'm gonna go back to my office and talk to the person on the felony file. I think it's Elena, and see if we can't get something worked out.
Yeah, that would be another thing. Because my understanding was they were trying to work out a new deal on the felony file, and I mentioned to Mr. Silver that maybe we could incorporate this case into some discussions, and he said he would be glad to do that, but she decided she wanted to go to trial on that case. So I think that's where they're at today.
All right, that's fair. I don't know why in our system it says that she's already on probation for that one, but I might be looking at that one.
I spoke with them on Transfer Flowers,
Oh,
and they're trying to figure out, I give you the,
I'm working with him on that.
okay, yeah, I think it was from you or something, yeah.
Yeah, because because in his DB case, he is talking to his victim.
I heard of it.
Her defense attorney would be able to let her know that. So,
I don't know.
that money has been placed into Aaliyah's account. Does Mr. Bryant have a dog license? You kidding if I'm walking over here is not the right answer.
He just needs some time. He's trying to get and shots because they don't have time in the schedule. Said the earliest they probably done is April 6th. They on the 30th to get the shots done before you get the license.
Wait. Who's schedule? Dependent schedule or veterinarian?
Veterinarian.
Oh, fair, valid. That's fine. So does he have an appointment set?
EP figured yes, he has one set for the 6th. They said they might be able to see him on the 30th if there's cancellation on one of them.
So the only reason I asked is to make sure we get it set out far enough.
Yeah, my thought was just asking 30 days.
Yep.
I talked with them, we said 30 days should be more than enough.
And if he sends you that license beforehand and you send it to me, I can get it. I'll file an LE. I don't care. We don't need to drag everybody in here for a dog license.
I told him the same, that my potential. Thanks. It's only either one charge of dog license.
And the dog is there. Judge always asks, and then judge likes to know the name of the dogs.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have I have my email out to my victim advocate to get the flea tickets, so.
Huh? Last time it was set for that. I'm trying to talk to her because my thought is it's up to her, but given what I know, seems likely. It seems like it might be one of them. Just take it. And that's typically guilty is charged 769. It may have also been hiding. I just remember.
No, you're
it's in
fine.
Special status.
I just wanna make sure she's getting the best, because I know like,
Yeah, I don't have that discovery, so I don't know what the dog's name is. And the discovery was delayed.
I'll look it up. Because I'm curious.
You know, given her age,
Yes.
it might be happening, but I
Yes.
couldn't be certain.
I definitely did not put in my notes what I offered. She can either take.
I should have them.
I believe she can. She can either take the DV with 7694A, or she can take the A and B with HIDA. Whichever she would prefer. I think HIDA is a better
Yeah, I mean,
fit, also
HIDA.
it leads.
oh yeah, no, honestly, like, it's like, if I was probably part of the process.
She should be fine. Yeah, she should be eligible for HIDA, so. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do HIDA with the A and B. Go up from jail, Philip Road. I will be asking for anger management classes at sentencing.
Remember, you're talking to somebody who's over in Judge Ward's court as a court officer for 4 years. I feel like I've done a pretty decent deal with what probation recommendations might be on certain cases.
I'm still mad though that you didn't get probation on the behaviors. I want probation.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
what's probation gonna help with that?
Don gets out, Don gets to be with. That's how probation works.
Probation is for rehabilitative services and programming.
Not always. I would have put her on non-reporting probation, and if she had thought she would have been fine. So, if I could put her on probation with animal control, I would, but I can't. So. I should be able to do that.
I feel like there's a lot of things I wish I could do in control that I can't.
At least I will say the animal control officers are very supportive in their cases.
Which is very long if they want.
Yeah, that's good.
Now, today I'll try and get in touch with Michelle, and that the updated offer in the situation.
It
What I
will be
can
saved my office like $700 something. We'll do it. But it'd be. How was your weekend, George?
Good.
Yeah, did you enjoy the long weekend?
Oh, yeah, mostly sports.
Oh, I was like, worked. What do you mean?
I did arrange this weekend.
Over the weekend? Oh, fun.
I have you done on-call? No,
I refuse.
really? I'm too scared.
I was an RA in college, and if you wake me up at 4 a.m., I will just chew your head off.
I know, so Ross, it's like 8 o'clock till whenever you're done, so if you have one case or 10, usually it's like, I usually have 10 or 11.
Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Wake up, 8, get there by 8. Call the magistrate or the judge. Call the jail, see how many people they have in custody. And that's it. That's it. First time doing it, it's not bad. Okay. I wasn't planning anything this weekend. It's not all day.
It was beautiful.
Yeah, Sunday, yeah, I guess Monday, yeah, yesterday it was nice.
Yesterday was pretty nice. Saturday was nice towards the end of the day.
Outside.
Sunday was nice towards the end of the day. Oh, they all blend together on a long weekend.
Not long enough. But it was good.
Oh, yeah. Just telling her, there being security on my way in, no matter how long the weekend is, you have to sleep long enough.
My dog sat with my sister a little bit.
Oh, that's nice.
Played some ball. And I was some friends and watched a little bit of that basketball game last night. Barbecue for Memorial Day a little bit.
Ready? Yep.
It was very quiet. Not a lot.
All right.
You can be seated. All right, Mrs. L, where are we starting?
We could start with Mr. George Bryant, who I believe is on Zoom.
All right.
Mr. Harry.
All right, Mr. Bryant, we'll call your case. You can unmute. All right, so we're on the record in dockets 25-01253. That's people of the state of Michigan versus George Bryant Jr. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
This is the public defender, James Harris, here on behalf of Mr. Bryant, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are George Bryant Jr., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Bryant Jr.?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This time set for a People's State of Michigan pretrial. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mr. Bryant is working towards getting the proper licensing for his dog. However, there are some hurdles that it needs to get past first, including getting a veterinarian appointment for that dog. If we could ask for this to be set out 30 days for another pretrial, we would appreciate that.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. When I spoke with Mr. Bryant, he indicated he's trying his best to get the dog licensed and get the necessary paperwork. He spoke with multiple places he could get the vaccinations done and was told the soonest appointment he could get would be June 6th, possibly, I believe June 30th, if there was a cancellation.
Right.
And they would contact him and let him know if that would happen. My request would just be the 30-day adjournment to give him some time to get that application done and then get the dog license and send it to me. I believe there's a good chance we could probably get this resolved before the next pretrial date.
All right, let's do a 30-day adjournment for compliance purposes. I understand we're working with another agency and it does take some time. So we'll allow the 30-day adjournment for compliance to
July 1st at 9.
July 1st at 9 o'clock. So we'll reset this hearing for July 1st at 9 o'clock in order for Mr. Bryant to make compliance. Anything else for the record in 25-01253, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Bryant, we've reset this July 1st at 9 o'clock. you should get notifications sent to your address, which was the Edison address. Is that still a good address for you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll set it for July 1st at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, on the Ingham jail post, would you please identify yourself? Oh, you'll have to unmute you. I don't think that's, I think you're waiting another judge, so I think you should be fine. You're not on our docket.
So I'll be in contact with you probably.
All right, Mr. Burnett, you're here for Mr. Smith on Lansing Automakers.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and call that case. We'll just go in order. So we're on the record in 12-05053. That's Lansing Automakers versus China Gibbs Hinton. Mr. Burnett, your appearance for the record.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Joe Burnett. I'm filling in for Tim Smith on behalf of LAFQ.
All right, this is the time set for 2:30 for I have a discovery motion. I'll check the notes on this. I don't have any notes on this. Mr. Burnett, I believe it's passed. So this was scheduled for 2:30. It's now 2:49. And Ms. Gibbs Hinton is not in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. Okay. We've called that name in the hallway. There's nobody in the hallway. It would appear that Ms. China Gibbs Hinton has failed to appear for the discovery hearing. Mr. Burnett, how did you want to proceed today?
Your Honor, we would request leave to file a motion to show cause with the court and give Ms. Gibbs another chance to appear.
All right, so we'll do a motion. All right, so I'll entertain a motion to show cause. A motion to show cause. I don't think you've done a previous, have we done a previous motion to show cause in this file?
I'm ready.
I don't remember doing a previous motion to show cause. So if you file the order and then you can fill in the amount, the show cause order with the amount owed.
Okay, we will do that.
All right, and then I'll sign that when I get that. For her failed to appear for the discovery proceeding, I'll indicate the defendant failed to appear in order to follow.
Okay, we'll prepare that and submit it to your court, Your Honor.
All right, anything else for the record in docket 1205053 of Mr. Burnett?
That is all. Thank you very much.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Right, and then we'll go to, I think, Mr. Bach's file, and that's an actual file, I think. So we're on the record in docket 2302029. That is Progressive Periodontics versus Craig Townsend or Scott Craig Townsend. Appearances for the record, Mr. Bach.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Ronald Bach here for the plaintiff, Progressive Periodontics.
All right. This is the time also set for discovery. I have a note from Judge DeLuca that that there was a previous discovery set. Dee was sworn in on May 3rd, and then we were waiting. We set this we set this on a control date on April 22nd. Judge DeLuca was here, indicated that the defendant failed to appear, and this was reset to see if there would give additional time for appearance from Townsend. Mr. Bach, have you had any contact with Scott Townsend?
No, Your Honor. At this point, I would request a motion to show cause.
Okay. So we will. So this was set for 2:30. It is now 2:53. It appeared the defendant failed to appear for the scheduled discovery hearing and the control date that was previously set. I do not see Mr. Townsend in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and there's nobody answering that name in the hallway, and the hallway is empty right now. So Mr. Bach, you'll follow up with an order to show cause, and you can set whatever the amount owed is you can use in that order. Is that fair?
Understood, yes.
Okay. Follow-up order. All right. Anything else on record 2302-029, Mr. Bach?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Have a good day.
You too. Hence, right? All right, so Mr. Hintz, we'll call your case. We're on the record in 24-08554. That is Grassel and Richardson versus John Sonnenberger. John Sonnenberg. Mr. Hintz, your appearance for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. John Hintz, P47968, appearing for the plaintiff.
All right, this is the time set for a discovery hearing. I don't have any previous discovery hearings on this file or notations on this file. This was set for 2:30. It is now 2:55. It would appear that John Sonnenberger has failed to appear. I do not see John Sonnenberger in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody by that name in the physical courtroom. There's nobody in the physical courtroom, and there's nobody in the hallway. Wendy, I'm going to let you in here. Mr. Hintz, how did you want to proceed today?
Thank you, Your Honor. As with the other cases, I'd respectfully ask permission to file a show cause motion so that we can give Mr. Sonnenberg another opportunity to come into court and answer our questions.
All right. So you want it reset for 30 days or so, or did you want a show?
I'll do a show cause, Your Honor. I'll get that filed and we'll get
All right.
a convenient time with the court. As Mr. Sonnenberg had been personally served with a subpoena for this creditor's exam, we'll get that and we'll get that submitted to the court and work out it with the court.
All right. So I'll await the order to follow. The show cause would be orally granted. It'll be signed as you submit it. Anything else for the record in 24-08554, Mr. Hintz?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you. You're all set. Never any takers. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00474. That is Capital One versus Justin Griggs. Ms. McNeese, your appearance for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Hannah McNeese, P82477 on behalf of the plaintiff.
And sir, you are Justin Griggs, and you'll have to unmute.
Yes, sorry. I am Justin Griggs.
Perfect. Thank you. This is time set for a pre-trial in this matter. So I'll do what I always do in the civil pre-trials. I don't know, Ms. McNeese, if you had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Griggs to discuss any of the legal options that led to the filing of this complaint. I can place you both in a breakout room so you can discuss this matter, and we can come back and put it on the record. Or we do have a pre-trial form that we can just fill out. I think that's usually typed out as we go. So the pretrial, usually what we're doing is we're setting a cutoff date for discovery, getting the nature of the initial complaint, and then we do the rest on the record. Ms. McNeese, do you have a preference as to how you'd like to proceed?
Yeah, Judge, if we could get a brief breakout room, I would note that Mr. Griggs' answer indicated he wanted to work towards a payment plan. So if we
All
could
right.
get it worked out today, that'd be great.
All right, so let's do this. Mr. Griggs and Ms. McNeese, you'll both get a prompt to go to room 1, and then we'll come back and put it on the record.
Great. Thanks, Judge.
So Ms. McNeese, you'll get a prompt to go to room 1, and Mr. Griggs, you will also get a prompt to go to room 1. All right, Ms. McNeese, do you want Mr. Griggs brought back and then we can go on the record?
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. So give us a second, we'll get back on the record.
Perfect.
All right, so I've indicated that all parties appeared and met in a breakout room. Ms. McNeese, is there anything you want to place on the record?
Yes, we are going to put the terms for consent judgment on the record this afternoon. The total judgment amount is going to be $11,046.33. Mr. Griggs is going to make monthly installment payments of $350. The first payment is going to be June 15th, 2025, and then the 15th of the month thereafter until paid in full. And I did ask him if he would be agreeable to me signing his name to the consent judgment, and he indicated he was in agreement with that.
All right, Mr. Griggs, that's a fair, everything that Ms. McNeese said is a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. McNeese can sign your name, has authorization to sign your name to advance to the court for the court's signature?
Yes.
All right. All right, I will await the order to follow concerning the consent judgment. The terms have been placed on the record. Anything else for the record in 2500474, Ms. McNeese?
Not for plaintiff. Thanks, Judge.
All right, Mr. Griggs, do you have any questions of me?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance, both of you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good one.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs.
You too.
Thank you.